Oof. Okay, okay. Well, everybody, we're on to it. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Case 5. The final stream. And while we only have one more section and, like, another part that we're doing, I got a feeling that this shit's gonna be like a 5-hour stream. Got an inkling on that. I'm not happy about it. But we're doing it anyway, because I want to play another game next week. That way we have something else going on. I think there's a possibility that I might change it up from Final Fantasy, if only for the sake of the fact that Final Fantasy 9 is long. So it might be something different. We'll still play Final Fantasy 9 this year. It's just a matter of I don't know which one per se. So yeah, that whole entire bit. I'm hoping this isn't going to be like super long of a thing, but you never know. Oh, really? There you go. It is only going to get hotter, folks, from now on. Only going to get hotter. Would you believe that I genuinely forgot that my fan was on? Also, I have this. This is the Ace Attorney 5 fan, Dual Destinies. It's actually my favorite Ace Attorney game because it brought Athena in, and Athena's last case was great, and I love it. Hey Audacity, how are you doing? Glad to see that you're here. Lo and behold, the start of this stream. We doing it. Last where we left off, there's a discrepancy, there's no discrepancy, use a piece of evidence. Could there be some hidden discrepancy? Use a piece of evidence. Trying to, hold on. There we go. Let's get rid of that echo effect. There we go. Things are good. I don't know why I'm coughing so much. That's weird to me that I'm coughing a lot. Use a piece of evidence. See, I didn't do a thing. See, it's one small box, so the contents will be taken out of the box. That's what my GF has said. But there's a bonk redemption, but no bonk sound. Did I miss it? I don't know. I think I may have missed though. Let's see here. I want to use a piece of evidence. I'm gonna do that. Before I give him my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, Consul? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help identify the discrepancy? It's the box, to show there's a box. The piece of evidence I intend to use, my lord, is of course... What am I doing? There's something in the court record. Sole purpose is to view pairs of photographs. Do you think just maybe, Renosuke, this might be the time to pick that particular item out? Oh, damn it! Damn it! Oh. You know what? We're already starting out bad. We're already starting out bad. We have a lot more to go. Let's not do this. You know, let's just... So we know what to do. The game literally said do it or else. Come on.
Take that!
God. Jeez, it really did just get hot. I don't know what's with these days. It's 95 degrees here. Oh, shoot. This feels good. See, I'm glad I put, like, I got this fan in, like, range now, because I can just do this, and I'll be fine. Ooh. Okay. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you caught the bug at last. Can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eyed, and compulsion. Chair number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo! Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. I don't know. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Do-do-do-do! Wasn't sure at first, but this is a clear discrepancy between these two pictures. What? You must identify the location in question to the court, counsel. Precise location of discrepancy. Well, obviously it's box. Yeah.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. Watch. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, stereos? The box. Single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box. Let me see. Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGlynn's small box was indeed not stolen from Wendy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. You suggesting that the small box, originally deposited by Mr. McGlynn, is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply... that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGlynn's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? Oh, no! No, you're right. It changes nothing. God. Is that a smile on Mr. Graydon's lips? Wait a minute. What am I saying? Of course it changes things. Or so I thought at first. But actually, I say it changes everything. Well? Well. It changed your mind, certainly. And that capricious behavior earns you a penalty, my learned friend. God damn it. God damn it. I had it. It just... I went too fast on it. Holy shit. Can my luck not just handle dust? I don't think they can. I don't know what's with this. I'm gonna go ahead and just like do this real quick. Just wipe it real quick so it's not dusty. Both ends. See? It's not as dusty. Up to the state of affairs here in the courtroom now. The crucial point is the fact that it was moved, that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? God. What is with my lungs today? They just can't handle shit. I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this case. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for the officer to go to Baker Street at once. Take the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. So we're all just straight up waiting here, just waiting for a box, like a couple of jackasses. Is this a to be continued part? Nope. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. Beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponi's speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGlynn from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property? If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGlynn perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society. His reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box? I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if a man tried to make a gift such things to me. Oof. Wait, we're not winning, everybody. The prosecutor's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance this commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? You know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGlynn's true character. And we know the disc is significant. Yet we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point... Oh, well, we'll have to acknowledge that McGlynn's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean, in many, that Gina committed perjury. But Genny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGlynn just posited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Yeah, obviously have Gina testify. You can't just leave it. Always an ace attorney, you want to pursue the truth. That is always the case in point. These games have, from, like, bloody every time, been like, truth, 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 truth. Every single game. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGlynn's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGlynn, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. Presume you'll consider the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact that it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have! Lord Van Zix, you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objections. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Reno. The articles that Mr. McGlynn had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the Onibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought up before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped me to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGlynn. The Onibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in the trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponi's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in the Onibus, running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGlynn. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head, on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Say that 3 times fast. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGlynn died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved, even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean... I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. But what about everything you told us yesterday from the inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. but... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Kenny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Reno now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGlynn's pawned his articles an extraordinary case on the omnibus, harbored secrets of which we may have been hittered. What? What is that word? Have been unaware. Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down on my ears. There's a lawyer, I'm prepared to take the risk. The real truth of this case. Truth is, that brickmaker Gov was in the cab of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the shops. God, fuck. I feel like I'm very, like... Ugh. Okay, sorry, I had to reply to my girlfriend, because my girlfriend was like, wanna see a picture of me? I'm like, yeah. Oh, fuck, why? I swear, just like, when I stream, I sweat. And I don't get it. I don't get why I sweat when I stream. It makes no sense to me. Ah, why that hurt so much? Damn I! Lyrical Luke! Oh, howdy! How you doing? Glad to see that you're here. Yeah, I'm pretty gay, I'm sorry to say. Suffice to say, though, glad to see you here. We're, this is the last, case in Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney. So, prepare for, say, spoilers, as it were. Yeah, it has been quite a while. But I'm glad to see that you're here. It's always happy to see more people. That's when McGlynn, slipped the driver some tin to deal a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Being gay rules, right? Agreed. Ugh. What you just told the court almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's, every chance I may have adjected in error in McGlynn's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in the effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. Great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Don't believe it. Yeah, no one believes it. Yeah, of course. You can't trust rich people. How is this a hard thing to understand, honestly? You're wrong a whole lot. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get a man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGlynn's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well. My learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Follow me. Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Here we go! Oh my god, this dude's gonna react again. Hold it! So we're gonna just press everything on here, because honestly. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strahd? If I remember rightly, in the storage room compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there. See, I can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGlynn was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGlynn and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear them too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over to the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe he let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away. This poor girl had to hear a murder happen. Like, she was so scared. Like, how could he just be like, yeah, you committed perjury? Isn't there, like, something that, like, lets you get off of perjury if you get threatened or something? Like, honestly. Okay, I need to make fun of my girlfriend. There. I made fun of her. We did, everybody. Not certain, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, you would think, right? Because, like, not everyone's able to tell the truth because specifically, you know, people threaten people. Sometimes they lie because of that. Like, honestly. I just feel like it's definitely a misstep if we have it like that. I know you're supposed to tell the truth on there, but, like, when someone threatens you or your family, you have to reconsider certain things and whatnot. So it's just kind of like, you know, take that consideration, like, fuck.
Hold it!
Okay. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the curve, lying on the floor. Can this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGlynn picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the curve with the knife in his belly up to the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc at all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought I didn't go along with it. Get stuck with the knife too. Told my fancy to say hi to my cute friend if she was, she has the time. So if Bubba Lubra appears, that's my BB. Okay. All right then. I'm glad that just to see that happen. Then you start asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was, and where I lived and all that. And he asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what happened to the carriage was noted. When the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. And then all of a sudden I heard a scream. Yeah, that was the thing. That was people going like, oh no, what's happening? There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. You're gonna go? Alright, that's fair. Well, thank you for showing up for the time that you did, Lyrical Luke. I'm just glad to see people just come here and everything, you know? It's always nice to see people just come here and say a nice how do you do. It's all I really need, honestly. But yeah, thank you. That's right. They must have looked down from the skylight. Noticed the cub with a knife in his guts. Night! Then he screamed. The driver pulled up the hose and McGlynn got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back on the seat where I started off. As the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Miss McGlynn, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there, because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified at the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGlynn and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when I slipped the thing. Slipped in some tin. I don't know what tin means. The pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Oh, Bubble Lover, he was there! I was told there was a cute friend here. It seems I was not lied to. Oh. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all thinking that I'm cute and such. Much obliged. I appreciate that. Fucking. Also, I slammed my girlfriends. That's great. I always love it when I could just like pull 180 on her and just go boom. She's like, oof. When I commented her about her thing, it was great. But thank you, Bubba Love. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Just a moment, Consul. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps a collision to the pawn shop. Pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zix. McGlynn took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, the coat's of what it's gotta be worth a few bobby. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't he? Remember her quibbling about him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked very happy when McGlynn flashed some brass in his face and went running off like a lake. Then the pawnbroker called to me and told me to come out from the Drag's cabin. Okay, threaten me not to snitch. Snitches get stitches. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scamper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's right. And it was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I have to hang onto the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Oh, I never. Said that he didn't show up to get the ticket off of me before 2 months passed. I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGlynn have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. Makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGlynn had the driver deposit Winniebanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I let it before the cops showed up. It's on, Gina. Can't be easy to tell the truth like that. Guineas really put her feet in you, Reno. Yes, and the thinker. I'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the whole time? Yes, that is strange. It's like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I could do about it. So we probably need to press and like get something. Driving from the seat. So the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, there's a scream. So McGlynn slipped the driver some tin. So it might be the disc. Hold it! So I'm gonna do this right here. Okay, come on. Excuse me! Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Grayson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Why, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one up, sunshine. Think I got anything to talk about with a shitty gent like this? I had nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago. A negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly when the parties involved began to quarrel over price. Mr. McGlynn took what he wanted by force, at the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point, that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months from the omnibus incident, McGlynn's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. Didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cub died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided to try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strada, it would appear Mr. McGlynn was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a bit of brass. And he was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Oh, is he back? The evidence, your lordship, requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh no, we got a thing. A mystery little box deposited by Mr. McGlynn 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, this is the to-be-continued part? Okay! This is the to-be-continued part. Well then. So, because it's that time, it's time for a break time, everybody. So everybody get some water, get some snacks, if you want, for that little bit. I'm going to get myself some more water. So, yeah. Because the last trial, the last part of this trial is coming up. And I believe it's going to be a lot longer than I think it is. So, oh, that's going to be harsh. Okay. Boo, boo, boo. Just notice I have a little spider web over here. You know? Like right over here. In my little doorway area. That's interesting. Little horse. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Let's get back to it, everybody. For the last part of this case, which, if all goes well, it's just going to be about like 2 hours. If things go well. I don't think they are. I think it's going to be a long-ass trial. I do believe so. There it is. So this is the article in question, is it? Yepers. A small box deposited with the pawnbrokery by Mr. McGlynn 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windybank's murder. The only items in the shelves that was touched by whatever broke in on the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Oh, it's a music box player. Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Oh, we finally get to hear it then! So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGlynn's disc, deposited at Windybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGlynn's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGlynn? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this, curious disc at last. Hold it! Oh. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to, spoil the somber, atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Objection. This does mean, very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's, every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! The piece of evidence... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it's a policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Oh! No further details, please. Play the disc. What's it gonna sound? What's the sound? It's Morse code! It's Morse code! What on earth? It's certainly not what I call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. With the officer sent to fetch it, I didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little way in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, Consul? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Could this music emanating on the music box possibly be a new clue? Yeah, it could be a clue. It's a Morse code! It's a Morse code! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how could it be? It's an abomination, Consul. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Grayson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this willful chiming has on this case? So the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Aruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you told us what they are not, how about telling it what I am? Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. I just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. So this must be related to an international thing. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't music. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for that answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, Consul? All the evidence we've seen so far. All the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This will be the best chance I'm going to get in a fight back in this trial. If I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... So I'm going to save here because I might be going too fast for the trial itself. Because when you start connecting dots in Phoenix Wright, you don't know where the game stops. Because sometimes the game stops at certain points. But I believe it's this. The morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies.
Take that!
Yeah! We did it. We did it. Take that, America. Today's paper, Council. Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pickpuss a plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Ah, jeez. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter. Being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in a form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please? Stop. May, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraphic machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary! What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Sorts of words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, on the night 2 months ago. That was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGlind perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind Mr. McGlynn would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think you've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away?
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being the most flagrant offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear in mind that as you testify, Mr. Grayton. So then, let us begin. It's this dude again? Oh! Now let's have a rabbit pork in it, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. What do you think you are? Name's Nash Scullin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Rigo Scullin, and we ain't baddies enough to sell to our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Scullin Brothers. He's not having any part of this. It's them. It's the Scullin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McLean anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break into the gov the other night, like what he told us to do. We know where with dodgy government secrets involved. We wouldn't have touched nothing. Mr. Scullin. What missile do, Gov? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? On the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Grayton here. We did, Gov, we did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Grayton? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter! Getting us mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Mere communications offer couldn't possibly steal. Why? Why couldn't you do that? So this is newspaper headline accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work will never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must you say stop? Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you'd be led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Grayton is the team leader. That's fascinating. Literally everybody's just like getting at him, like, dude, you did it. Like, dude, you did it. Grayton is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. Oh my god! So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Grayton. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent enciphered. No employees could possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Grayton regularly attends meetings of the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize in the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Grayton is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in the presence of idle, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone of a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I mean, I am. I have no idea how to do Morse code. Ouch. Looks generally shocked at my arrogance. I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct notes. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar! The rhythm of it is the same in everything! But there's no describable meaning in this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, So many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in linking of government secrets. I still believe the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that in Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You must present your idea at once, Council. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single note, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the combs with its teeth that the pluck by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. What does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is picked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that could only play a single note? There has to be some significance to that, surely. So what is that? Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it! Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside! So does that mean you could set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. Looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? And so you had 2 discs that would both play at the same time. I could have thought that there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So the movement only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement would be different than the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. The notes they produce are different? This box can only play 2 notes.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you could put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer was absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witnesses has pointed out, he has not He is not the one in the omnibus with McGlynn 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I have nothing whatsoever to do with this. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus must be there somewhere. We haven't found it yet. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno. Reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must. Then I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low class. Damn.
Hold it!
Why I gotta say low class? So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGlynn killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in the Artsin quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Doesn't make much sense though, does it? How could a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must be somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to a meeting with McGlynn and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, far more class than that. I'm a brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. All we done is break into that night.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah! Who else, eh? Silly though, it was just popping over for Annette. Annette after all these years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Yes? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skolin. After all these years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable common baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's a little China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skolin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skolin. Well, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days. That's all. We used to have a right old laugh together the way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him any of it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? And he was always a Larry one. And with brains and with the civet. Always come up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Cool, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember, me Ruffin and Skolin's milk run? There was a cork, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't they? And we was answering it. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can you turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Oh no. Could that sentiment of the story be relevant somehow? Yes, add to the story. My lord. Yes, Consul. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Consul. I will permit the brothers to submit the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! Schooling's never schooling! Milk Run, those were the days.
Hold it!
Those were the days! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? This little scheme we going back when we was youngers? Bit of fun, really? Delivering fresh milk to the locals. Just what it was all about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name? Cecil, you're here! I'm glad to see that you're here, babe. Oh, this is gonna be a long one, just so you know. So, I'm doing it till we beat it. So, it's till we beat it, you know? Let's do the business name. I think that will be appropriate. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon, itself? Yeah, that's it. Verton and Scolin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Wolverton part come from? Alright! I thought a clever clogs, like, you know, look. Oh. Oh, he got mad at that! Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Mulverton that you decided to interject? Because well... You want the happiest homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling with money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Gordon then, you see? But Ash was always be a Murphyton to us. Murphyton? That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This old bumpkin! I've been a Grayton since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on testimony of these two thieves, hmm? Your communications officer attached to a civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Grayton. Well, it would appear that the Mr. and Mr. Scolin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley, Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Creighton was once Ashley, Mulvert. Mulverton. Never wish you could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Yeah. He don't like that. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Kenny overheard of the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in in Windy Banks? But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGlind. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. No, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. We hooked on the brothers. Look at we. Just every time I see them, I want to do the Mario. You know what I'm saying? I gotta just like, I feel like swinging my hips from side to side. So he is related. I bet you that the dude that was killed long before was actually his little name thing. I'm glad you understand, babe. Like, honestly, that truly means a lot to me. For my dumb shit. Okay, I can't present that way. Can I? Why can't I look at people? There it is! There it is! Melverton, it was his father! Would you look at that?
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Melverton, tell me, why do you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name in years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Ooh. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the Anubis case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGlynn. He's trans, that's his dead name? Fuck, you know what? He might be. You know what? That's a good headcanon. I like that headcanon. Trans men are allowed to be evil too, y'all. Trans men are allowed to kill. We need to normalize this more. Yes, Mr. Mason. The brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason, Melverton. Melverton? Do you mean to say... Mr. Ashley Melverton, is it not, the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Melverton, was your father? I don't know. So I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Why do we have Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, and Santa Claus in the courtroom? This is a crossover, y'all. This is a crossover episode. I didn't know how to tell you, Audacity System. It's been 1 week since we got to see. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGlynn in collaboration with your father. This is something else. New facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Melverton, in illegal dealings of Magnus McGlynn. By dint of this music box, you mean counsel. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications, and selling it onto McGlynn. Mr. Graydon, concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode this information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. The deal with McGlynn went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGlynn managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbrokery. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles, McGlynn had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs were seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Scullin brothers, and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. The night that Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. It's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs the answering in this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is quite obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was, desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would prove of high treason. Okay, we finally have exactly what happened. We just don't have how he killed the dude and how he got away. We just don't have those 2 bits, but everything else is like falling into place. Well, Mr. Creighton, do you deny all of this actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. I like how his arm started to, like, bleed. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shlom's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common-back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. And that is all. I admit nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGlynn? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Scullin brothers hit the pouch around Mr. Shlom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We could rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which could only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What was that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokery. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness to this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. So dramatic, it is. I love this shit. This is why I played this game! Have y'all not noticed that I fucking love drama? Because I love drama! It's the best! So, Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. Right? It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony at once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defender allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Oh? Blood splatter? Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Oh? Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand was being forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. So the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure that on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over that black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? The coat could somehow be shown to harbor fetishes of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely impossible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray in the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here in science. As in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique was already been employed in the courtroom as the base of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't sound good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Genny's coat? If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, hell, but you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Genny! I'm going to shoot! Purple blood! That's not Mr. Winniebank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGlynn, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the testimony to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zix, make it so at once. How did he know about the overcoat being with blood? How did he know? That's what I want to know. Yeah? With pleasure, my lord. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. As they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Are we, like, on a time limit then or something? Okay, so let's go ahead and, like, do this. It feels like we're at the end, but Ace Attorney games have a tendency to be like, oh yeah, we're at the end part, but let's make it last 2 more hours. Ace Attorney Investigation made it last 6 hours. I am not joking. You literally find out who the baddie is in that case, the final case, and there's like 6 more hours left of it, just trying to irrefutably propose that he did the thing that he did. And it's ridiculous. It is insanely long, and there's even a music video called I Can't Defeat Tree Man, because he looks like a tree. In the same style, like I Can't Defeat Airman, which is a thing. So yeah, it's ridiculous. I actually stayed up all night beating it because of that. Because I was like, oh, I'm at the end. I'm at the end right now. And it just kept fucking going, and it was like 5 a.m. and I was like, I'm not even done with the damn thing. So I think I just like slept for like the rest of the night and just finished it after that. It was ridiculous. There's a few times where I pull all-nighters, but anytime that I do, I get engrossed in either a game or a manga. That is often how it happens. I still remember one particular... What? Why'd you poke me for it? It's not like I said that you don't like anything else in particular. But it was just like, it's nice, you know? Like, I still have memories of, like, it being like 6 a.m. and I'm playing like Pokemon Diamond and just like enjoying the shit out of the game. Pokemon Diamond's so good, y'all. Well, Pokemon Platinum, I should say. That's the better of the three.
Hold it!
Mr. Winnybig emerged from the storeroom, I believe? Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared of me all my life. Yeah, we just, you regular mild-mannered, burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. I pulled me gun on the old fella, and then soon, made him scamper. The pair of you settling upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When he threw Nash, I think I felt a sharp pain.
Hold it!
Mario and Luigi. Yep, it's them, all right. They're the Bonsai Bros. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as you couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him and tried to shove him out of the way, then he scampered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? He shot himself, okay.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, storeroom's door's a solid job, made of stuck wood. There's a small opening in it, about a head height. It lets you see what's, what from then on the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. Doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skull brothers were there, but they didn't see this killing of Mr. Windybank take place? Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker, and the young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. Why are they like this right now? Oh! And then, what did you see next? Accused in black, in a black coat. I don't even think she was wearing. Yeah, she was wearing the black coat. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winniebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Raiden, that bullet was fired at you. Oh, but no, it wasn't the broken guns that the pickpocket girl had when she saw her. When I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winniebank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Scullin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly that had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun for her at the time.
Objection.
But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Blood splatter all over the transcript. Just blood splatter. Hmm? All over her? Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains aren't visible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Winniebank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason, Melverton's blood. From, when McGlynn, stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying! If they only accepted Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun. You picked out the gun? You have the gun? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute had told us to clean up. He thinks you're bloomin' boom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? I love that too much! Look at them! Gentlemen! Choking out Luigi. That's how you do it, baby. Hey! 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 Something's wrong, Sunshine. That would be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Scullin. Blimey. These deeds a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him grabbing me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got you down to the station? Why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Well, that flung a peephole in the door. Sorry about that. Be prone to losing my rack sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God, blimey. See the ways he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this dig gives me the willies. That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gracie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, and no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Oh no. Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Sherlock Holmes 2? This is one hell of a crossover. Herlock Sholmes! We ain't getting sued here. We ain't getting sued, Audacity System. Ah, the blood on the accuser's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. A report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. And a report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Winniebanks. What makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGlind. Just before his coat was deposited at Winniebanks, McGlind had faintly stabbed Mr. Mason Melverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponi's friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue vehemently for McGlynn's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... Call it a ball of disgrace? Treachery, that's what it is? How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done! But... We used Mr. Sholmes specifically for it. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist! Would you put such a fate in a chemical formulated, devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Biroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. He doesn't exist? He's not real? Yo, Sherlock isn't real! His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. Faker! I think you're the fake detective around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my fake. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Wait, he's an actual character? Sherlock Holmes? What? I don't know what you're presenting here, Audacity System, because like Sherlock Holmes is an actual character as well as Sherlock Holmes. The reason why Sherlock Holmes exists is because of copyright stuff. I think it was done in a way to just kind of screw the foundation. I forget what they're called. The Colin Dorothy or whatever the dude's author name is. His estate is fucking awful. They're just like, oh, these 10 stories belong to us. We get to keep them. You have to pay us no matter what, blah, 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 blah. And pretty much that amounts to whenever Sherlock Holmes portrays emotion, deep emotion, that's when effectively they come in and go like, nope, can't do that. That's not public domain. That's part of the 10 stories that our father wrote like way back when, or grandfather or whatever such. They're awful. So Sherlock Holmes was made as nearly the same identical character, but just different enough that he actually does exist as his own thing. And he was done specifically for copyright, just like going over the copyright bump. Swoop. Different character. Anyway, fuck copyright. Been a long battle, this one, but this old horse has something to say, if you please. Mr. Foreman? At this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
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 This is what I get for because he exists as a middle finger. Exactly. It's great. What appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous decision. The defense has consistently failed to uppick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come this far. Is he drinking blood? It's wine. Audacity System, have you not seen wine? I mean, it does look like a Dracula. I'll give you that. Which, fun fact, y'all, Dracula was not the first vampire. Carmella was. Vampires are purely a lesbian concept. Because Carmella specifically picked young women. It's great. Is it who I think it is? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Officer. You delivered the report now? That will be all, thank you. Because the meal was such regularity, Mr. Naruto. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sloams? Wine is typically more transparent and harder to animate. What is the meaning of this? What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, you will humor me. Transparent just means all its little great kids are trans. Oh my god! Oh, that's so cute. That's such a cute idea. In what matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting all more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. I'm all for vampire lesbians as long as they aren't Stephanie Meyer's version. Oh, okay. Is Stephanie Meyer's a problematic person? I never heard of them. I know Mary Shelley is a boring writer, and she made Frankenstein. Look, she has good concepts. I don't deny that fact, and I agree that she invented things, but fuck is her writing boring. I could not get through that book. It's so boring. It's so utterly boring. You literally get Frankenstein being described as an incel for like a solid chapter. It's ridiculous. Babe, you agree? Do you agree with me, babe? Please tell me you agree in the whole entire Mary Shelley hate, because like honestly. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sloams, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. I had to read Frankenstein. Holy fuck, it sucked. Right? It's so bad. She stole native stories and profited off of it. She also expressed her stories as native people in a super racist way. Not to mention the whole PETA baby stuff. What? I know you're not all talking about Mary Shelley. What? Stephanie Meyers did this shit? What the fuck? This is off topic. This is so off topic from what we're talking about. Well, I'm glad I never heard of them. They sound awful. So let's discuss that as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right? Modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What is that? Lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato-san. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. They wrote Twilight? Okay. Did not know about all that shit. Ooh. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are, wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. All that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. And those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Kitty! Meow 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 meow. See here. Recent book, Midnight Sun, not only portrays Edward as predatory, but paints this as an acceptable thing. Recent book? I feel like that was a constant thing. He was literally in high school. How do you not call that predatory off the gate? That's what always confused me about Twilight. Why was the dude in high school if he's just like a vampire? Why wouldn't he be in college? That at least would make sense. You know? Because college is expensive and he's just a very broken vampire. Why didn't he invest in stock? Why is he an asshole? Fuck. Look, I use this! It's my latest invention! What is that? I call it a cat flap-o-matic! It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds! What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sato murdered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What does she mean by that, Mr. Slomes? That night when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all, critic, then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-matic that night? But why? Now, why would she use that? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? How are you going to use this bit? I'm grateful to you all for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruto! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination, I think it's more cross-examination. I believe it is. Because I believe... Time to think. I don't think it's time to think. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Yup! That's what happened. I like how they flash back this little bit here. It's been like, what, 5 minutes? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. We're not asked to resume this cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obligated to allow it. This is absurd. But remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony. Shit! Oh, I hate this shit so much. God damn it. Oh, this is gonna be fucking awful. And but what piece of evidence to present it in support of your argument against it? A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjunction. Is that clear, counsels? You will not present the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. Single statement and single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Nardo, it's high time I fell in my dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. He fucking died. He's fucking dead. Mr. Shlooms! It's fine, he's just on the floor. It's alright, it's whatever. You sound so insociably before the court in the state of such high fever. Either the man was extraordinary strength of mind, or extraordinary lack of feeling. I've been there. I have had a high fever before, and went through a lot of my classes with a high fever. Just legitimately, just dead out on my mind, and just, chugging along, just barely moving. Fuck, I remember that. As soon as I got home, I just went straight to bed. And, I was napping, the whole time in, classes. Which was fine, because the classes in particular, they were usually, celebrated type classes, because it was, a week, before, spring break, I think? So, yeah, that was the thing. I was real sick. I was real sick that day. I still remember it, because, ooh, pain. Michigan's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, Consul, are you fully prepared? Yes! One statement, one piece of evidence. Only Mr. Sloan's down, or Iris. gonna save here, because, closer and closer we get. Closer and closer we get. Get. I won't waste this final chance that Susata-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, we resume the cross-examination. Dee-doo-doo. So does this mean we only get one thing of pressing, or one thing that we could present? With the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. Through the counter, I felt a sharp pain. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole in the door, though. Shot in the back, so it's not that one. So I picked it up and made my escape. Do I only get to press one thing, or can I press them all? Well, let's go to options. Let's save here. Is this like the final moment too? Because it might be, and we might just have like the rest, like unveiling story, I guess.
Hold it! Objection!
Yeah, I take issue with you. Made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. Prosecution demands stern punishment for any mischief used to make more of the cross of it. Ah, bitch! Fuck you! No, I don't deserve that. I was just trying to like figure out. You could have just like let me down easy on that game. Like, come on! Cause it has the press. Why would you keep the press if I can't do it? If you don't want me to do it? Crossing with a broker, I was this and that, so I can't really. Can I? I guess I could press, and I could look at it. Yeah. Is this the gun? Whew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it could be get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Oh, those are the attaching hinges on the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors. It sounds so charming and friendly that you could say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the Cat-Flop-O-Matic is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wakahai is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Oh. Wakahai is so adorable, there's something I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons. You ever see something so cute that you just want to develop weapons to protect? So, the big point here is that it gets through the doors. So, is the thing to be said... I pursued the man and he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. Was there actually that? Because there could have been a Flap-O-Matic with that. So I think that's the case. There wasn't actually a thing.
Objection!
Yo! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Consul? Oh, it's my Cat-Flop-O-Matic. My lord, it makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. You can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid, failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine it, particularly in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard. It was you, your Japanese assistant, and Schlops. Yes, the 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. So she is the one that did it? Yo. That changes things. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked room. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for Pete's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the people in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant, using this device. The assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the Scullin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It's based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom. Yes, that filthy girl is shooting the man in the back. However, if that, at the time of the incident, that peephole did not exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything could cut through a solid window door? Oh yes, it is designed to be very powerful. It could cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. Don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner! Oh, baby! So tired! Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paling in the Old Bailey. So small, right? Why is it so small? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by a machine. There's no way you could prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flask my cat flap-o-matic crates are all of fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windy Banks are exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be the lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of the argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Where's the purpose of your inquiry? Of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defendant argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. For as long as the defendant remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend claimed amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, Counsel, don't give up, Reno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I could do this, but I do know one thing. Sasata-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. I love this couple. Like, I ship them so hard because they're just like, they have such high esteem of each other, but not of themselves. And that just gets me the most. When someone has high self-esteem for them, for their others, but not themselves. Reminds me of Takamori. Shit harder than FedEx, right? Very well. The Counsel of Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windy Bank's storeroom was created after the events and not before. Like, have I seriously not seen that the P door was not there? Like, fuck. I feel like that should be the case in point. Like, I should know. There it is! I wasn't checking that little line. There it is. Fucking hell! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What are you? A print for the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikotoba, is an incredibly intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause of doubt that she would ever consider this scenario, and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is the photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door in the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a people of any description. Yeah. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Oh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. tea. Give him that tea, baby. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond any reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely falsitious. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant, guilty, can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zieks? The defendant may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man's the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here! Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. If they're right, as it stands now, I don't have any definite proof that he is the culprit. Still, I can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know when they say... There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. Now wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? When you say in your testimony, it reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, Consul. What do you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Hers was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. Yeah, actually. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot when she shot him. How can you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her and through the people and the... The point is not you lied in your testimony, Mr. Grayton. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people on the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously As the cut your tongue, witness. The people on the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police had been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Grayson? Well... Yes, of course, the place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have accessed the shop. Therefore, You should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom. So the fact that it exists forms the basis of your testimony is completely inapplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Grayton did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put on in my report. There's really nothing more I could add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Grayton. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Yeah.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Grayton claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. In fact, considering the particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Consul? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene in the facility as false state testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it could only have been you, Inspector Grissom. Me?
Objection!
You had better have made some proof to sustain such a rash claim, my friend. Consider the fact that we only have been aware of Mr. Ashley Grayton's identity for the last few hours. We learned of only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here for the communications station. Until that time, Mr. Grayton would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Till then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing about the people. It was only once Mr. Grayton was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation he was the third intruder. Your suggestion to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received this information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Grayson. This is a bloody outrage. Why would I be given any details of our investigation of this fellow then? But was summoned in his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I just remembered something right now. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Genny was testifying. Oh, yes. Now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGlynn's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. We were finding it strange at the time. Mr. Grady and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed. You little toe rag, you making all this up? Oh, I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I give him away confidential details to the likes of these looks? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, that it starts to make more sense. What deal, Consul? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the Inspector. Sure, I need not remind the Inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be a considerable gross case of malfeasance? Malfeasance? I don't know what that is. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping to with the accusation of this Nipponese student's specialty, malfeasance. Malfeasance? Malfeasance. That doesn't make sense to me. That word, I reject the word. I reject it. No more of that word. Ever. I don't do that. With the stakes so high and the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges, it is an incumbent of the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Grayson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. You know, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must present you for the answer now, Consul. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with the witness? I have a few ideas, but I think it's the newspaper. The disc? I was thinking the disc originally, right? But the disc already has the key already has the disc technically. He doesn't need that. What he would need would either be the music box that plays with it, or it would be the newspaper that links the two together. So they could get both parts. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's the other... Oh, yeah, the disc for the other part. I see what you're saying, yeah. You know what? The music box would make more sense because it has the thing in it.
Take that!
Inspector Grayson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting out now, Sunshine? It's possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bloody Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGlynn. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It seemed very likely that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGlynn's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Grayson in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met at Wendy Banks, you said this. We're taking out whatsoever is McGlynn's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over now. No, don't! Give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGlynn has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time. Isn't that right? That Magnus McGlynn was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected to so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of those music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh yeah, they're woo. We got a twofer.
Objection.
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be found to be true, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Grayson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, it? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then! You mean to say Inspector Grayson already has the item in question in his possession? He has a second disc actually in person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was thus fighting before. And Gracie hadn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please! Order examination of this personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his image. He insults me and my profession quite enough. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. Then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? Presume you're aware of the precipitancy at which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my court's government will formally demand that of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious! Indeed. You have a visiting student that makes such deflammatory remarks about our country's most serious senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government would be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Reno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
See, he's helping us. He's actually helping us.
It's true. Can't imagine Grayson would accept a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Consul. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. It's probably not on him, it's probably on the guy still. He just needed to show it to him. That's all he needed to do. He didn't need to actually give it to him. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search on the Spectre's personal effects? See the search someone else? See how it's there? Yeah. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. Nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. Ah! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Grayson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one who's accused, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. So many of this, eh? Lost in the last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Iris is such a goat.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits this next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be.
Yeah,
Take that!
it has to be. Mr. Ashley Grayson, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once.
Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Grayton.
Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it's revealed that Mr. Grayton had nothing unusual on his person at all. Oh no! Damn it! Damn it. So, who was it that had it? You know what? We could just take the L, honestly. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. There's only one person it could be. Then was it her? Is Gina the one that has it?
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once. Oh, yeah, it's not that one.
Objection!
It was, yeah, it does not understand the gravity of his searching. So if it's not him, like, why did you give me the thing then? The question is, where could he have hidden it? He's been in the witness stand the entire time, in full view of everyone in the courtroom. I see a situation in which he could go hiding. Yeah, honestly. So is it to his other person? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here, because he's fine with it. If it's not Graydon. So it has to be the Mario Brothers, specifically the Ouija one.
Take that!
Of my lord,
Mr. Nash Skolin. Oh, I never. Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord! Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the court of this trial. Of course. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on your mo. I didn't know nothing. Nothing about, the disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about, nothing.
He did it. Oh, you did it too.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGlynn. It is not Inspector Grayson. Ugh! Ah! Order. Mr. Skolin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon flippin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that has struck between these witnesses. Does this detective know? Well, question, my lord. And for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Grayson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Don't recall. What unusual behavior? Oh! It was, yes, during my cross-examination with Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I meant nothing of the sort. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's, like, rustling somebody up. It looks like he's trying to put something in something. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skolin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, it did all that. Though my noggin wasn't gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was. What exactly happened to that detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. It just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistling like, started shaking me. While the blazes said he mentioned the gun, where you got down the station. That's what he said. Yelling right down me ear hole. He did. His head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved there was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Grayson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig. He hid it? You... I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, but the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from conventional government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does that mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skull in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well, now then, Inspector Grayson, you, Mr. Graydon, are prepared to admit to the accusation that made against you of this alleged deal. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon? Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied to my testimony, that I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Grayson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, so Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be guided light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury of their final leanings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurry to me.
Well, as a fellow and professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop.
Detective was very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... they're going to believe Grayson? They declare the decision now.
Is Graydon going to have to be found guilty?
I'll manage to reduce some definite evidence right now, then we're going to lose.
There's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank, or stole his government secrets, or some evidence to force Grayson in admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Well done, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? Oh, we're so bloody close. I'm sure of it. We're like near the end. And we're gonna get to the credits and everything. That is, unless you have compelling evidence, you have thus far not present in the court. If the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some evidence at them.
You're gonna sleep? No. Oh, I knew that would happen, but still. Fine. I love you, Azazel. I hope you have a good night. Sweet dreams of forgotten nightmares.
Okay. We're near the end of this trial, though. Who do I present evidence against?
Leave it to the jury. Shoot. Look at court record. One gentleman's coat, pound. We haven't really used this, to be honest. Why haven't we used this? Victim found deceased. Conviction was shared 3 witnesses' testimony, however, surprising forth. It's 3 p.m. here, so yeah. I don't think it's that one. Instant death, bullet was found. So we need to find the evidence in particular of this or that. I don't think the gun has anything. I don't think either gun has anything. I'm guessing I could do one or the other. Like, I have the ability to do one or the other, but I honestly don't know what I present. I think the music box to Grayson would work well, in the sense that, like, we're trying to figure out what things are there. Owned by Mr. Windybank. Because sometimes they just do it with both, to be honest. I just don't. Not seeing anything else there. Report. We've used this before. We know that he was there. I don't think we need this anymore. I think this was just done for the one thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go Inspector Grayson. Inspector Grayson! There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today. Then you will leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. It's my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Mr. Graydon. I'm guessing the disc. I don't think it would be this. We haven't used this all case, to be honest, so I'm very confused why we have it. to be honest. Yeah, that hasn't been used at all. Alright, I'm just gonna go with this.
Take that!
Yes! Yo, I did it!
Is that Mr. McGlynn's music box disc, Council?
Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGlynn's special music box here, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound, produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well... it's got nothing... God. It's got nothing to do with this, guys, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct notes. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm the theory. We're crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! You go letting the whole court hear confidential information like that? It's treason! And do you admit to the charge? That in order to protect the state's secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Yeah. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please! The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zix, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, a no Scotland Yard puppet. But in this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No!
Very well then, defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defendant's request, the court will now listen to the music box as set in the operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
God, this is so cool. Alright, I'll admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Grayson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with a witness next to you in the stand? Mr. Ashley Graydon.
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
So exactly like the Yelling Eastern law said, when the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you impeccable! Shut up! Psst, you there. The detective who turned out at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? May have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Well, information that may have certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal. Told him details about the case. I should have put him in the clear. People in the soul room, door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. For giving false testimony, this witness intended to be have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But that turned out the people had only been made that night the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Greenan, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the Inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Hell, you... Traitor! Yo, you be going. Bailiff, bailiff, or restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, son of a penniless arsonist. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone ever lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGlind. You've been for the crowd of talent, so you are. I have money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me. Little plan now. To steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGlynn would pay them for a handsome sum. So I was responsible for inspectors of the Ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. Lure the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable. by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason, Milverton. That's right. He's very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. Imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could read Morse code. So I sought out my father's again, to employ his service. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley! What a fine gent you've become, eh? He's a different man than the one in my memory. Than frail, old man. Poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't have helped if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician, a friend of mine, has written some music he wants to sell it to the public. Brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'll be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. So I had made him make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions, indeed, to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGlynn in two separate transactions. First involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGlynn for 10 guineas. Then on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on Onibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. Seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Braden. But why was it that on the Onibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGlynn and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guinea after my first completed dealings with McGlynn, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, I'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGlynn. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. It's like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It's only then that I found out what sort of monster McGlynn really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? It's annoying with even the remotest knowledge the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGlynn brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways to crush any sensible of justice in this trial. Crime scene was tampered with. Evidence was fixed Witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. You'd have barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of a sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGlynn by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGlynn himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGlynn's death that day was caused by this man?
Everything is ready, sir. Would you like to follow me into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be taking tracks now. 'Tis time for inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So, a policeman who came to tell McGlynn he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter, hired by me. McGlynn used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to alterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in parfait, one of my sham policemen ushered McGlynn inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
Spine-chilling account, indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
Loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGlynn.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGlynn. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. Ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guinea for you, young man. What's this? Windybake's pawnbrokery? Ah, it is a pawnbrokerage ticket, so it is. You could use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell that fiend the watchword. I'll put the jewel in the pawn for you. I'll fetch a good penny if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you none, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are a very useful place, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that he had taken the steps to hide the disc. Be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that night he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone else. Yes, to Gina. Remember now. That when he first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, He had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How do you know who you were looking for? From the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly particular. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGlynn's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He's absolutely right. And yeah, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to the Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGlynn's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. As it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I been, I could have avoided my nighttime exclusion. Meanwhile, as your investigation of the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGlynn was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellows' positions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still in the shop somewhere. So I knew there was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Scullin brothers. What happened that night at the pawnbrokery? I want to describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, looking at the music box I had sold to McGlynn on the shelves of forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into the pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Gunshot ran out of the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun. The bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I didn't intend to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry, Tail. It all took place in the blink of an eye. Don't imagine Nash and Ringo ever realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Oof. He was really an anti-hero all along. You see that he's just a completely broken man now. I love that, because, like, in other Ace Attorney games, it's like they're very angry that you found them and they get, like, all kinds of crazy. But this one, he's just sad. Like, he's legitimately just, like, downtrodden on the fact that, like, yeah, like, things are fucked up. Didn't mean for it to happen. Earlier you called McGlynn a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGlynn. Yes, I think I have. Oh, I love that shit. Oh, I love that shit so much. I love that. That was really good. That was... I like that final note of him. This is really good. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Grayson, what of Mr. Ashley Cradon? He has been restrained, my lord. He's being escorted to the yard. Be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank. There's still no government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complacent in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing it so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It's time for the final junction. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir, the Gribbon squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Bitch. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get that up. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me for that?
Before you started enjoying your freedom, there are certain crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGlynn's property, it seems.
Never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGlynn's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Genny this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense. Summary that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Grayson to admit to what he'd done. So... Isn't that...
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world
seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It was a Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Hurry off, you're not! How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain, minstrel, secret sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGlynn conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
that what you have seen today here in the courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsifying evidence.
Imitation, perjury, a green catalogue of depravity, and a plotting experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back of my slums.
Beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Look, I reckon I'm working something out today. The world ain't fair. If you want it to change, you gotta start at home. Gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yay! Oh, that was nice. He was a nice little thing.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
We still got more of this, by the way. Like, we're almost done, but we're not there yet. Still drinking?
On a personal note, I must say, you surprised me, my far eastern friend. Ah! Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within the Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're at the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today. Total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? You may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting was some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese friend. Until we meet again. Massive teaser if I ever did see one. April, 5:24 p.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Irish disappear to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. It's odd about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever has before, see? Keep a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums. Never trusted no one. That's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I understand that. After all, I have a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in? But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Renosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Look at this experience. I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? But what the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto! I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I have been said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see. I assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of a doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man. He happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very, bored. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts, justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, someone's been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I had indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Slomes? And, in some ways, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? What's so half-hearted? Well, naturally. Isn't it my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Slums. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone who's found not guilty in the trial and was working on the winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGlynn, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, you don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, it was a bit like, him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? And he knows what people are like on the inside. And what have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some curves like that bog trotter. What are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs. Make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters in his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGlynns of the world, so I ain't scared. Got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Huh, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair, made utter fools of themselves. What happened? So you know I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. Those dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Were you credited? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have that weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I'm so hoping to throw a party for Jenny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's batter. Got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bulk trotters stuff? What was in log? Blah blah blah. So I think you'll find that basically, being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't no offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, here's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, reckon I could make a change. I want to do something for all of them a lot like me, from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Kenny. I'm sure you could do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase, hitorto, missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as these, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's a good advice, Agony. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. That was sweet. We still going. We still going! Well, there she goes. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the inevitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no. How silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Reno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sails out of Dover have been delayed by a day or so. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. Can't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Nardo? Mr. Slomes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of the number of rail transport, directs foibles. What? I only made my knowledge of them unknown to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wished to stop manipulating people that way.
What are you waiting for then? To London at Victoria.
Here we go. This should be like the end point, and then we'd have credits, and that's the whole bit. 18th April, 5:32 a.m. Port to Dover, Quincy. That took somewhat longer than I expected.
Susie's boat must have, be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sales were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
It's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm worthy of praising law anyway now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. But what I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Slomes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun! It's still Runa's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cap flop-o-matic, so I put it in my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, till I found myself in a big shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Mr. Slomes! Mr. Slomes!
Leave me, Naruto! Right!
After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
Storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. And at that moment, the little device that I had in my sleeve sprung to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cap flop-o-matic to make the peephole in the door?
as captured in the photographic print of the shot by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importances. That point. Precisely when the people was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. Trial of Magnus McGlynn. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal is planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she'd never have done such a thing.
You're worried that the true culprit would have tried to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crimes appeared to have happened behind the door of the locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which, a people would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that what she did?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone. Not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong. The criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Shlums. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit into the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Grayson is the one who lied to the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
With your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must be all thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly.
Well, some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all. We were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway? Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Hey. So... Gi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? Funny. Wait, Iris. What did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Soki was the name of my best friend!
What?
If you're wondering, I got a message from my GF. That's why I'm smiling.
How? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
Well, the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Ah. Suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variant. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. You're only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Oraha pentagram, isn't it?
You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Alright, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
And might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
But how can this possibly mean?
Whatever is that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using the Japanese for secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Gurik Kusan.
Grayson? It would seem Tobias Grayson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communications as well?
The last name?
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate to Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted, Iris.
Just can't believe it. Whoever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind of between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Reno come from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Dr. John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Can't just tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winniebank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder in the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkerin in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato? I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide and support me.
Mr. Nardo.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah!
Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Mr. Nardo.
Yes? Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Booyah, when I was dragged from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sasato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in the case, I somehow felt strange anyway. That you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Mrs. Sato?
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Nardo. Yes, Mr. Slums? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and that was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato...
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
I love that. I love that so much. You know, he was always a quiet fellow for a Japanese man. Mr. Sloams? Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Below it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runa's words. I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Yay! It's just like the other ones, too. There we go. We got it all together. Oh, we have a little pause button. Geez, that took a while. It wasn't quite 5 hours, so I'm glad about that, but I knew this thing was going to be long. I knew it was going to be long as heck. I don't know why I keep coughing and why I keep sweating so much for what I do. Used by Mr. Sloan to solve an important case. The money I've earned consulting to work as fitness bike person. Yeah, sure, buddy, whatever. Freaking jackass. Jeez Louise.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow. When I'm this busy, Harley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooking is an overstatement for some dry toast and an insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Aw.
Poor Iris, he misses her Susie.
Witness your testimony! It's riddled with contradictions!
Exactly. Really do rare Coben coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Do your nose add his father as an innocent man?
Okay. So we're still going at it. We're seeing everybody else's go-backs. So that's good.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, laid low on the steamship. Last night I apprehended extremely suspicious Japanese national.
I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagai's offspring refuge. A man brings some kittens on board, and suddenly he's odd and credible. It's not fair.
It's the Reaper's curse, man. Can't escape it. Scientific investigation will be a golden standard for policing in a new age. Dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 7 seconds until my next appointment.
Yes, indeed he does. I feel like it's gonna be the main bad next game. I just feel it. It feels so hard, like he's being driven towards it, you know?
The latest Rancid magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whatever I say that one line should broke me now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ah, your ladyship puts me to shame.
Yeah, he kind of deserved that shame, though. He really do be deserving shame.
Been visiting the old girl on the daily basis, of course. Joni, my old child bud, must say, battling with those bodily stares every day has done wonders for me. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business tapped up. But the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man in the house is his own mate.
Dang. If that don't just suck, that don't beat all. But she's the one that did win the flirt outrage and stabbed a girl. On accident. My Rolly is back on the upbeat again. So all thanks to the Reaper.
It's nothing I enjoy more than these days of hunting. I'm better Bobby now. Looking out for Londoners than dropping 8 pennies in my loving life.
Oh, Pite. Oh, Rolly. I love these two. They're one of my favorites. In this entire game, they're one of my favorite, whatchamacallit, witnesses and whatnot. They're really cool.
Looks like I'm going to have to be done time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for Anata, so ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases of what Holmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting. When you get into them.
Oh, is she gonna become like a detective? Hence Lestrade? Isn't Lestrade supposed to be a detective? In the Shlomes things?
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we, used to know. We got time in the plan, the comeback of Midrit. The Three Musket Witzits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
This past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruto-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Aww. Was there a little thing that was like left here? They're just a little family. family! I'm sorry, I love this way too much. That was just, it made me happy. But yeah. Ooh! Oh, this is sweet. That's sweet. I like this little thing right here. This is really cute. Jeez Louise. Ah! Well, that's all there is. I mean, honestly. I really like this game. I really, really do. This has probably been one of my favorite games this whole entire year, to be honest. And just like, honestly, I would like to stream more of these games and do all that stuff, but I definitely feel like this may be more in tune for a recording type situation. So if I do this again, it might be just on the YouTube instead of on the Twitch. I feel like that just kind of happens as a thing, to be honest. Not that I hate it or not, it's just, I really like this game. This is a really fun game. This is really enjoyable. A bit long, sometimes, especially. But, just with the way everything went and just like how, pretty much for the majority of the game, it was just kind of like found family trope over and over again. With, Kazuma and, Naruto and Susato-san and Iris and Herlock Sholmes. All great stuff right here. Honestly, I'm very happy about that. It makes me happy that this game came to the West finally. It makes me very, very happy because, like, legitimately, I didn't think we were ever going to get it, and I would have had to, like, use the fan translation and whatnot. I hear that's not the best for certain parts of it, too. But, like, overall, I would have to say that this game probably is one of the best Ace Attorney games out there. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that just all the characters are just written so tightly and kind of given purpose and story. Like, you aren't just going from a trial to trial for no reason. There's like every single case has like a thing towards it and whatnot and has something there to it. As well as the presentation being generally better than all the other Ace Attorney games out there. I've honestly am really impressed with all the technical work they did, and I know it doesn't seem like it at first, but compared to how Ace Attorney used to be, it wasn't like this. It was not like this at all. Especially when you look back at Justice for All, because the first Phoenix Wright game was remade, so like all the sprites got changed and everything. But the second game did not on the DS. So it kind of just fumbled over a bit and all that such. But for the most part, I really do like how all these cases have something a little bit different, a little something to offer. And to be honest, I think my favorite character in the entire game to actually like voice and everything would probably be Gina Lestrade, because she just has that voice that I like to use in particular. And I felt like I kind of nailed her pretty well. I'm not sure if I did or not, but I liked it. Magnus McGlynn was also really fun to do, because I like to ham up an Irish accent, and, well, probably offend somebody, I don't know. Suffice to say, though, this was a fun little thing. I do feel like, what are they called? The deduction things are a little repetitive, they're a little, like, they could use work, and I'm hoping that the next game makes it so it's better. Because, like, it's not like it's a bad addition, it's just kind of like, why are we doing this again like that? It feels kind of weird, like, I'd rather correct it at the beginning. But it's whatever. I'm not, like, mad at it or anything, it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, this could definitely use work, but it's fine. Look at that, that's just so cute. All three of them are together. Oh, that's so nice. There's the Reaper with his feet. Those crumbly bits. That was just so sweet. I'm very glad Gina's there. I really hope Gina like becomes part of the main cast, because she already kind of felt like that before, but like, yeah. It was really nice. I'm very glad to have played this game. I really am. But with that being said, we're at the end. That's all she wrote here, folks. So you know, thanks for having me around, everybody. Azazel for being here that you kind of did. Audacity System, thank you for putting up with a bunch of this. Blubber, thank you for showing up for a little bit, saying hi and bye. Same with you, Lurkle Luke, thank you for saying hi and bye. But yeah, I'm just glad people were here to see me play this game and enjoy it and stuff. It was nice. Hey! Well, that's it, everybody. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures is finished. Thank you all for watching. Sayonara. Bye-bye.